Hello, very good afternoon. Well, that was the world #1 running rampant over Shaun Murphy with that whitewash victory last night. Very impressive stuff. Ken Doherty and Stephen Hendry, it was very impressive stuff. The performance was... it was seamless, wasn't it? It was
a sort of match where he proved why he's the world #1. He played like it. He came in the studio and sort of said that in the afternoon, Alan and I had maybe tipped Shaun to win the match.
What a response!
And he proved us wrong. It was a violently good performance.
Yeah, 6-0 the final score, and Shaun Murphy said afterwards, "I didn't make 6 mistakes. You know, I didn't get the chance to play at the table. I mean, you can't win a match sitting in your seat." And you know, it was just the most dominant display, wasn't it, Ken?
Yeah, it's tough at the top, you know, and when a player is on form the way Judd Trump was, it was completely comprehensive, very convincing, you know. And some of the shots that he pulled out, I mean, this is one of the best shots. To cue that dead straight into the right middle pocket was just.
I mean, as a snooker player, we can't explain how difficult that shot is. It's just phenomenal.
This is a little bit of naughty snooker, isn't it? This is exactly what he can do, and when he showboats a little bit with the end of the frame, which is great as well for the crowd. And there's one shot coming up next. I mean, this, you just cannot hit the ball any better than that. That's just ridiculous.
He was absolutely ruthless in the way that he approached that match. He had 1 or 2 comments to make about the table afterwards, but the table's been recovered overnight, Ken?
Yeah, that make a big difference. There's a couple of players, because it's amazing how quick these cloths can sort of run out of steam, basically, you know, and they lose their touch and their feel and their reactiveness, you know, and then the cushions start to bounce. So they've recovered the cloth, which is great and more conducive to big breaks.
Yeah, well, that puts Judd Trump into tomorrow night's semi-final. He'll play the winner of this afternoon's match, and in the other semi-final, which we'll see tonight, of course, we've got Karen Wilson, the world champion, up against Neal Robertson. Both of those in great form this week as well. OK, so let's get this last semi-final underway then. It's between Xiao Guodong and John Higgins. And John, after his epic win over Chris Wakeland, spoke to Abigail Davis.
When you come into events like this, we saw the satisfaction on your face when you potted the winning ball, but it never leaves you, does it? That satisfaction, that will to win.
No, that's why I'm still obviously now really trying to compete in these games, because you don't really get now the same adrenaline rush in any other time during your career, really, when it's 5 each and you've got to clear up the colours. Sometimes it's quite hard to hold yourself together, but I managed to do it okay.
And taking on Xiao Guodong, of course, someone who is enjoying the best season of his career. He really is incredible to watch right now.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the bit of confidence on winning the big event in China, and then he's been to a few finals, and he got married obviously just before coming here, so he's obviously on a crest of a wave just now. So every credit to him. He's been around for a long time, but he deserves everything he gets because he's a hard worker with the game. So no, it'll be a really tough game.
And from what you've seen, just a word on Chinese snooker on the whole this season, because I think it's actually the best season ever for Chinese snooker players. What sort of talent are you seeing emerging right now?
Oh, it's just great. The talent's superb out there, really, and it's just going to keep getting better, I think. So Xiao's obviously one of the elder statesmen of the Chinese players, but he's beginning to show his obviously his potential. Okay, maybe a little bit later in the game, but he looks as if he'll be around for a long time at the top echelons of the game.
Well, obviously a place in the semi-finals is at stake this afternoon, but also taking a look at that one-year list, there's a sort of subplot there, because John Higgins is currently sitting 4th on the one-year list, which seeds him for the Tour Championship next week. If Xiao Guodong beats him today and gets all the way to the final, he'll go above John Higgins. So that will be in their minds, Ken. Yeah,
I mean, it make a little bit of difference, you know, to be seeded through to the quarterfinals, an extra round that they don't have to play. So there's a little bit extra incentive. But, I mean, what a match, you know, for both players, and particularly for Guodong. I mean, it's a complete transition of form. You know, if you go back like 18 months ago, you know, he's had, you know, amazing turnaround, you know, winning in Wuhan, giving him great confidence, and, you know, he's playing great snooker, making lots of centuries and winning loads of prize money.
Let's talk about John Higgins, Stephen. It was an epic match against Chris Wakeland. A 67-minute frame, you know, it took more than 4 hours. He came back from 4-2 down, so he showed a real resilience to get himself back into that match. but he never got any decent breaks together. What are you hoping to see from him today?
It was quite a sort of pedestrian performance from John in terms of his shot time. He's a lot quicker than that. When he's in his prime scoring, I mean, he's a savage scorer when he gets going. And then it comes down to sort of 22, 23 seconds a shot. He was up sort of 29, 30 the whole match. So he wasn't able to sort of impose himself in the match in a scoring vein. Almost him and Chris sort of cancelled each other out a lot of the frames. I think today's match will be a bit more open, a bit more heavy scoring, and that'll suit both players, but I think it'll suit John. I'd like to see him just be a bit more aggressive. Even some of his shot choices were quite negative for John.
And I wonder, you know, we thought after he won the World Open, his first ranking title, his first victory in 4 years, would he use that and get some momentum going in the season? And he has had a decent enough season. He's fourth in the one-year list. But as Stephen says, he wasn't playing with that kind of attacking freedom that we've been used to seeing.
No, we were very surprised watching him. You know, a lot of the shots that he was playing, it was sort of negative from his own point of view. You know, normally he's very, very aggressive, but he was turning down a few shots, and even his safety wasn't very, very good, where he's normally so reliable. I think his safety has to be on point today. There's no doubt about that, because Xiao Guodong is playing very, very well. But I think he will get better. It's just the relief of sort of getting over that first round, and the way and the manner in which he finished off the match was quite pleasing, I'm sure, for him.
Yeah, well, this quarter-final is an important match for Xiao Guodong, and he's also been talking to Abigail.
You are having the best season of your career, so you must have so much confidence that you can have your best ever run in this tournament.
Yes, for this season, I win the Wuhan, give me a lot of confidence. And after that, I more relaxed and play the tournament. I don't get too nervous, just enjoy pressure game, enjoy play the good player, enjoy like nice venue like here. So everything got amazing. I just don't think too much. Everything is perfect things to me.
Yeah, and it's certainly going very well for you. Very best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Yes, thank you, yeah.
He is having a great season. We saw him in the final of the Champion of Champions as well, Stephen. What do you like about this player?
He's not afraid to go on a score and run, frame after frame after frame. Quite a lot of players will maybe make a century or another big frame, and then they'll switch off a little bit. That performance, going back to the Champion of Champions against Ronnie Sullivan, 3-0 down, and basically 3 frames just reeled off one visit. That's what impresses me most. He's not afraid to go and score heavy.
Yeah, tremendous match in prospect this afternoon. Now, I get to ask Stephen questions all day long, but this week we're giving you a treat because we've let you post the questions to the 7-times world champion.
Where do you see snooker in 5 or 10 years from now, and what are your thoughts on the Middle East's influence on the sport?
I think the Middle East influence for the players is going to be great. I mean, you've seen the financial rewards already on offer in the tournaments that run in Saudi Arabia. So if I was playing nowadays, I obviously love that. My only fear is obviously the World Championship going there. Do we want to watch a World Championship where there's no one sat there watching for a lot of the sessions? I'm sure the final would be well supported, but for 17 days, will it be full every match? I think the future's good for snooker in terms of playing wise, player wise. I reckon probably half the top 16 will be Chinese. You can't see, John, Mark, Ronnie can't go on forever.
And you can see more of Stephen's Q&As on the ITV Sport YouTube channel. It's great you were doing that, Stephen, and some really interesting insights. Ken, that comment that Stephen made about this top 16 in the next 5 to 10 years maybe being made up of a multitude of Chinese players, because we see the talent coming through from China.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there's an undercurrent even of the ones that we've seen of coming behind them. So, yeah, it's in good hands, particularly for the Chinese. And I think there's, the standard is getting better and better every single year.
We always talked about Ding Junhui as being a potential world champion. Of this current group of players that we see playing so well at the highest level, is Xiao Guodong the most likely world champion?
I think he's got a chance this year, definitely, if he keeps playing the way he's playing. Wu Yize, obviously, Si Jiahui, and obviously we've got Zhao Xingtong coming back. He's an absolutely incredible player, so yeah, exciting times ahead. Exciting times ahead,
exciting afternoon ahead. So when we come back on the other side of the break, we'll begin the search for our last Players' Championship semi-finalist. Xiao Guodong is the last of 5 Chinese players that started the week here in Telford, but he'll be hoping to fly the flag as long as he can in this prestigious event. He does trail John Higgins 3-1 in the head-to-heads, but there will be little to separate these two in a match that could have a big impact on the two's prospects at the Tour Championship in a couple of weeks' time. A fantastic Friday of snooker before us then in Telford, and opening the batting for us in the commentary box are Alan McManus and Phil Yates. But first over to our MC Tahir Hajat to introduce the players.
Welcome to the Telford International Centre for Day 5 of the Sportsbet.io Players' Championship. A fantastic crowd in this afternoon. One more quarter-final to go. Who will set themselves up for a matchup against the world #1 in the next stage of the competition? Time to find out who will survive and advance. Let's get our players to the table. Up first, let's hear it for 3-time ranking event finalist Xiao Guodong. His opponent, 32 titles to his name. It's the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
All the best, John. Have a good game.
You know, this week marks the spring equinox, a time for transition and renewal.
Okay.
Snooker's changing of the guard is a
Thank you,
much
ladies and
slower
gentlemen.
process.
The first frame. John Higgins to break.
As the leaves began to fall last
Excuse me.
autumn, John
Can you
Higgins
turn the
was
flash off
falling
and then
down the
come on?
rankings. After 29 years, he was briefly relegated from the top 16. Then, though, the Lion of Winter roared. Now pride is back, and so is the Wizard of Wishaw. Mind you, today, the Scot faces a tough challenge and a player for whom the season has been an ongoing breakthrough. Alan, for Xiao, it's been a very rich harvest.
Yeah, it certainly has. Thanks for that intro, Phil. It's going to be a terrific day and certainly a terrific afternoon. Both players coming through the deciders in the first round here. Great to see Xiao Guodong continuing his good season. And as for John, the legend continues, doesn't it? Back in the winner's circle. Happy with his game, on and off the table, everything the way he wants it to be, and he's, you know, fully invested in continuing this incredible career.
Well, for all his greatness, it also helps to have Dame Fortune on your side.
One.
As flukes go, that was one of the most outrageous I've seen all season.
Cool. Yeah, missed the pot by quite some way. Now, bearing in mind, as Jill and the boys mentioned in studio, it's a brand new cloth. That was kind of indicative. The way that he missed the pot, the cue ball sliding thick into the red. What a bonus.
High ball.
Xiao can't
Sorry,
really
Higgins won.
complain because in the first round here against Wu Yize, it was 5-5. He was in a very troublesome snooker, nestled in behind the ball colour. He couldn't see a way of hitting a red and achieving safety, so he had a wild swipe. He fluked one and made a 70-plus break, and that's why he's involved today.
John will be thinking about here, the red near the right corner, just send a couple of reds possibly to try and mess that area up, the one he's trying to protect. Didn't manage it, but has cover, but an option for Xiao. On the left wing, just depends on the angle he has on it.
One.
That's what he's been doing since the start of the campaign. He's appearing in his 7th ranking quarter-final of the season, looking for his 5th semi-final. Bewildering numbers considering the rest of his career. What an improvement.
Six. Seven.
If the brown was on its spot, that might have been an option, but that's too difficult, so I'll leave the thin cut back. One thing he is going to have to do is work the cue ball,
12.
because the natural path is going to collide with other reds. Not easy to hold this shy of the baulk line without a cannon.
13.
But that's a beautiful shot. Lovely piece of timing.
He's not just been winning, he's been winning in style, Wu's conqueror from the first round. That was a great win. He's had plenty of them. When he won the Wuhan Open, he made 7 centuries from the quarterfinals onwards.
19.
when he performed so well at the Champion of Champions. He beat Ronnie O'Sullivan. He beat Mark Selby. He beat Mark Allen.
Yeah, it's on that late development thing
25.
that you rightly mentioned, Phil. It's nice to hear in his interview that he doesn't feel so nervous out there centre stage anymore. It does take time to get comfortable in this environment.
$26.
Yes, and Xiao has been winning in many different ways, controlling matches, sometimes
29.
dominating them, but also showing a fighting side.
$30.
Against O'Sullivan in the Champion of Champions, that first round match was extraordinary. He was 3-0 down, hadn't potted a ball. He won 4-3. Then he came back from 4-1 down to beat Mark Selby 6-5. And stuff like that just builds confidence to a whole new level.
$35. $36.
Yeah, now if he plays on the red, just to the right of the pink, by using the end cushion, the cushions will be softer, so you've got to inject a bit more pace in this one. Oh, he's played this lovely. That is a beautiful shot. To be on the red, the offending red almost.
41. $42. $48.
There are so many things you have to do well in the modern game to succeed. Top of the list, heavy scoring.
$49.
And again, as he plays a lovely shot with the side there, Xiao's numbers this season have been off the charts. 48 centuries so far. Previous best for a season, 35. Last season he made 19.
So this will be the last hurdle. Just make sure you get the cue ball out into the open. You'd ideally want to play for, well, pink and blue if possible. Just get that cue ball round the corner. Play it a bit harder than you actually intend. See, injecting the pace there. Well done. Just about okay on the pink, and this is frame ball.
A well-earned round of applause from a very
62.
healthy crowd this afternoon. Great atmosphere at the Telford International Centre, but not a great start for John Higgins.
$63.
Yeah, lots of spectators have turned up. Of course, we've got the first semi-final later on as well. And I think the Players' Championship is now well established as one of the finest events on the circuit. A tournament, of course, that Xiao didn't qualify for last season.
$69. $70. $76. $77.
Already Xiao's highest break of the tournament, but the way he's playing, I think it will be improved upon.
$84. $85. $91. $93.
A professional since 2007, Xiao.
$86.
For most of that time, middle ranked, a member of the tour's supporting cast. Not anymore.
$100. $105. $111. Yeah. And the frame, Xiao Guodong.
Not bothering with the black. Satisfied with a century. And satisfied, no doubt, with that hot start. Xiao Guodong literally up in lights. One of 5 banners at the back of the arena, still illuminated.
Thank you. The second frame. Xiao Guodong to break.
So for Xiao, it's a case of more of the same. But Alan, John Higgins far too experienced to panic it just yet. Yes, he'll be mindful of the fact that Xiao's made a good start, but this is a best of 11. Plenty of room to breathe.
Yeah, very early days. John, at some stage, you expect will put his stamp on proceedings. But that was a pretty strong marker laid down by Xiao.
Foul, and a miss. Xiao Guodong.
Expect Xiao to be interested in the long red that's on offer.
One.
Change of plan then, he's going to have to play this with some power.
Nine.
There's another thing about a brand new bedcloth that it just takes that little bit extra time to almost react and get the backspin. The cue ball tends to go forward and then jag back, but yes, that's giving him a problem. You see, the black's not on its spot, and it's a super thin cut, and with the rest, extremely difficult.
Xiao Guodong, 9.
Yeah, understandable. It's one of those, you know, when a colour's just off its spot, it kind of throws a player off kilter to some degree. Now John be playing the pot here, yeah, and no doubt hedge bets a little with his cue ball. He's not in the match yet, John. And another, all right, it was a tough pot, but another mistake, and it was Xiao Guodong. There's a feast on here for him if these first couple of shots go according to plan.
One.
And already Xiao will be feeling the vibe. He will be very happy with the way he's played so far. He'll also be very happy with the way Higgins has played so far.
8.
Referee Leo Scullion putting the black on the blue spot because that's the highest available, and that complicates issues.
9.
See here if he goes deep to try and free the black spot. There are 3 reds down there, so there's value in it. Yeah, that's what he's played for. And played it nicely. Of course, he still has that problem, though, of actually getting the next black to get it back 16. On its own spot. Pink's the same thing, mind you. Just about on it. It's all about his cue ball. Yeah, straight would be ideal, but obviously would be cannoning the black. It's just whether he can get the glancing cannon.
$23. $24.
Wanted to just skirt past the red he made contact with to make the pink available.
$31.
It was a fine shot, especially with the application of so much side, but when you're taking the cue ball on a lengthy journey like that, misjudgments can be made.
Xiao Guodong, 31.
Turn the headrest down, I can hear the commentators.
Oh, the commentators, yeah. Okay. Could you check the volume on your headsets, please? The sound of the commentary is coming through.
For the third time, a very similar shot on a red to the same pocket, and he's buried the first 2.
good call, Phil. Same again, right in the heart of the pocket. Another good chance.
Seven. Eight.
Yeah, I'd probably favour black because, you know, the pink he could reach, but he'd be playing a cannon that his eyes would be drawn towards. At least with this, it doesn't have that much to do with the cue ball. But he's overcooked it again, and he's on nothing aside a red, very difficult one to right centre.
15.
No, that's a gem.
16.
There have been several to choose from, Alan, but that was the best shot of the match so far.
23.
Yeah, by some way. And this red, straightforward, frame ball.
24. $31. $32.
Yeah, John Higgins has said himself that he feels he's pretty much as good, if not better, a player than he's ever been. And part of the reason for that is the standard, the collective standard of the overall tour. And Xiao Guodong is almost a prime example of that.
39.
Great player the last 15 or so years, but not a top player. Another in a long list, a long line of now top operators that John's got to deal with.
40. $47. $48.
Yeah, and reputation doesn't seem to bother him of late. When he won the Wuhan Open, he beat the likes of Kyron Wilson, Barry Hawkins, Sean Murphy. And in the final, Sergio Way.
55. Guodong 55 and free.
It was a missed red that mattered not. So the Higgins contribution to this match, one red potted, and that was a fluke. 2-0. The message from the Players' Championship
You've got
is
frame.
loud and clear.
John Higgins to break.
John Higgins needs to get going. His opponent, Xiao Guodong, having the season of his life. He's looked really good in the initial exchanges. Higgins, okay, he's not had any quality table time, but he doesn't exactly exude confidence, what we've seen from him in a very limited basis. I think it's also pertinent to recall that Xiao has beaten Higgins in one of these ITV series events. Second round of the World Grand Prix in 2018. 4-3. Back then, Alan, that was a much bigger upset than it would be today.
Yeah, John the favourite coming in, not by a lot, but yeah, certainly back then, John would be 3 or 4 to 1 on favourite, you would think. See, the collective standard is through the roof these days. Yeah, no attempt at the pot. It's just half ball round the back of it. The black.
On the side of Higgins, the fact that recently he's been competing really well in situations of adversity. When he won the World Open, had to battle on numerous occasions, most notably in the semi-final to overcome Zach Surety. And you could make a very powerful point that he wasn't the best player when he eventually beat Chris Wakelin 6-5 the other day. Only 1/2 century. Wakelin missed the last red across the top cushion. Higgins cleared last red to pink to get the job done. So he's been fighting hard, and when you do that and you get wins where you might have lost, that supplies a certain kind of confidence as well. So being 2-0 down, it's not a red flag yet.
Foul, the miss. John Higgins, 4.
Yeah, in actual fact, that World Open, you go back to just a few days before Christmas. He arguably should have lost to Wang Yuchen. Trailed 48-0 in the decider back then, and well, did one of those things that we've seen a lot down at 76 clearance to book his place out there. Last attempt then with the warning on the way from Leo Scullion.
Foul, the miss. John Higgins, 4. Back. Yeah, John, thanks.
Well, the referee should be warning the player here, but he hasn't done so. If he doesn't hit a red, it's, well, he has hit one anyway. Yeah, Leo just missing a beat there, but no matter.
Well, I'm very pleased he did hit a red there to avoid controversy, because the rule is if the referee doesn't warn a player after a couple of consecutive misses when they can see a ball on, and then there's a third consecutive miss, the frame isn't awarded. So Higgins would have been shortchanged. It's happened a couple of times recently, actually.
One. Green ball. John Higgins, 1.
I mentioned this earlier when he was in the deciding frame against Wu Yize. He was in a snooker similar to this. The reds were everywhere. He just couldn't work out how to make contact and achieve safety at the same time, and he took a wild swipe and fluked one. I think we might see him, in this particular instance, be a lot more circumspect.
It's actually a very good escape, albeit he's left John a red, but I'm not so sure he can even play it.
really big frame, this. 3-0 looks a wide chasm. 2-1 is manageable.
So it's a thin one. He does have 2 reds that he can glance super thin. That's the good news about this. Brilliant. He played that because he had the extreme edge of 2 reds. Doing well if you get that puzzled look on John's face when out there. Ah, that's good defence. Very good. Here's a test of, in some ways, John's belief. You know, he's got the cold arm at the moment. And this type of long red, very difficult. Let's see how he manages it, because he'll be taking it on.
One.
It's only a single red, but you get the feeling that was badly needed.
But it's quickly gone astray. Just be back to the baulk cushion.
John Higgins, 6.
I don't know if there's a plant on the tour. I don't think so. John would have seen that. But yeah, I mean, cue ball again there. It should really have been a lot closer to the baulk cushions. He's not getting any sustained pressure. Yeah, there's Xiao now, just a wee bit of interest in the plant, perhaps. It's one of those that might not be dead set. There you go. But because they're touching, he can't get to the underside of the red. So it's not on. It's not an option to create the offset plant.
You could tell from his reaction there, he thought the cue ball deviated off a normal course. That would explain why he caught the red a lot thinner than he wanted to.
Yeah, and it'll come as a welcome relief for John to find out eventually after, well, almost 50 minutes of play that there is a mistake in Xiao Guodong. Albeit, yeah, that maybe the cue ball did deviate, so perhaps he wasn't totally culpable.
Yeah, Higgins' highest break in the match so far, 6.
He's not on one.
6.
Well, perhaps I don't know how much he knew about this, but it looks like this one is just gettable, but it's not what he played on, I don't think.
Seven.
And little things like that can kickstart a great champion like Higgins.
Well.
He just needs to get into prime position. I mean, he's okay at the moment, but what he needs ideally are 3 or 4 straightforward shots to relieve the pressure.
Rainbow. $19. 20.
And now this is really a chance he should convert. A chance, Alan, he badly wants to convert.
27. $28. 35.
He's obviously concerned about a glancing cannon on another red. Spoiling position, so perhaps he's going to go. Let's see how he addresses the cue ball. He's unconvinced either way. And it's back to plan A, trying to avoid the cannon. But he couldn't.
36.
And now it's a tester, long blue. I know the black's on also, but either way, there's a bit of pressure on this.
Yeah, one's a test of nerve, the other's a test of cueing. Passed with an A+ mark.
43. $44. $51. $52.
First
59.
business for Higgins in this frame was to win it.
60.
It's icing on the cake that he's won it in this manner, i.e. freezing Xiao out, depriving his opponent of the rhythm he'd built in the first two frames, and also fostering his own rhythm in the process.
65. $66. $73. $74.
The frame's one that, just so important for John. I know he's been working on one or two technical things, and you never quite get confirmation that they're, in good nick and everything's working the way you want it to until you make a decent contribution. So this is extremely welcome.
$77.
Higgins has constructed 1,022 century breaks in professional competition.
85.
But he's not averse to making another.
$92. 94.
After that, the century might be on the back burner. Didn't get hold of the cue ball in potting the yellow.
'97.
What a shame.
You're forgetting he's a good doubler though, Phil. Not this time.
Yeah, good doubler into the middles, not into a far top corner pocket, but that was just a peripheral issue. John Higgins is back in the match, a 97 break, and he looked good in doing it. John Higgins walking back into the arena and back in the match. What he did in the third frame was a vast improvement on the first two, and now the frame before the interval is absolutely vital. By the way, Xiao being out gives us the opportunity to clear up a refereeing issue in that frame. And the reason why Leo Scullion did not warn John Higgins, so Leo was actually in the right, we weren't.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. It was there was not, you know, when he called a miss, when it was put, but it wasn't put back. It was play again, please, to the opponent.
But I think it's still strong.
Yes,
yeah.
Strong, yeah.
I don't know how much they can control it, but I've asked them to make it even lower.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you, 3 and 4.
just wonder if one of the spotlights
Xiao
can maybe
Guodong
be
to break.
dimmed, maybe looking down on his chair. But yeah, Leo was
Quiet,
absolutely
please.
correct. We'll get to that just in a second. Watch the break off. Yeah, the cue ball wasn't replaced after the miss being called. It was play again, please, to the opponent. So effectively, the second shot was actually the first one of a new set of 3, if you like. So, but all fine and well.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad we've apologised, Alan. I won't fancy seeing him afterwards without an apology. I'll be swerving him for a season.
Yeah. Of course, the only question was that I don't quite know why the player said play again, please, because they played the next shot. You'd have been better just saying, yeah, put it back, please, and they would have had to play it anyway.
Do not dig the hole any deeper.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, so you can see there, John does have access to a red full ball.
If you think I'm going to contribute to this conversation, you've got another thing coming. Over to you, Alan.
One thing I am going to do, if John doesn't make contact, I'm going to, whether Xiao Guodong says back please or play again.
Foul and a miss. Xiao Guodong, 4. Yeah. Is that what, John? Xiao Guodong? Thanks.
It's one of these. John really has to make contact this time because the other option on the warning is a horrible shot. He's got the pace this time, so he does have contact.
He's been responsible for some really good safeties, Xiao Guodong, in this match. That helps.
Foul and a miss. John Higgins, 4. Rob, I've lost it completely.
Higgins took a cursory look, but realised that there was no advantage in anything other than getting the cue ball back. The white isn't behind the brown, it's behind the yellow.
Keep going. Another half a ball. Touch more now. That looks good now, Leo. That's fine.
Yeah.
Good right-hand man to have in the marker's chair, Rob Spencer.
Yeah. John? Thanks. Thanks, Rob.
Well, this pre-interval battle has been really intense. And if Higgins could possibly salvage 2-2 at the break, Alan, he would be overjoyed.
Yeah, because there have been very few mistakes from Xiao this afternoon. John's been under constant pressure, so you're dead right on that score. are very few poor safety players on the tour, certainly near the top half of the rankings. Certainly, you do have players that don't enjoy it as much as some. Xiao Guodong has been brilliant so far in that department. See, 20 years ago, the red left of our picture, John would have already played it by now. I mean, he might play it. Yeah, he is doing, but he would have played it first look back in the day. Yeah, Stephen made the point pre-match, didn't he, that John's been that bit more watchful, and he's absolutely right in that. Score was same in his first round match here. Again, it's an indication of the standard of the other players. You know, if you make a blunder, you're going to sit in your chair for 8 or 9 minutes, more often than not. Another example of it, he's got John in the back foot. Yeah, he's a bit fortunate with the hampered cover, so to speak, but it's another example, not making any mistakes. Guodong. Don't think he can get the cue ball wide enough here to threaten in behind Brown. You know, he can never quite get it on that line, but again, he's the one that's got John sort of on the run in a sense.
Foul. Xiao Guodong 4.
outside, John, you've achieved distance at least.
This time Xiao might have that line to get the cue ball wide enough in behind Brown off 3 cushions.
Over the years, over the decades, many players have discovered to their cost it doesn't pay to get involved in a tactical tussle with John Higgins, but Xiao, he's doing okay.
Yeah, this time, as John left the red, it's tight and awkward. Oh, and Xiao's left it, I think. In actual fact, the way that John might have to play it with a bit of right-hand side, it actually might help as far as position is concerned, because it's going to check the cue ball perhaps back out into the open. Yeah, he gambled, but he obviously couldn't avoid the initial cannon. Having a quick scan, a very quick scan, see that red over the green pocket is going to cause John some worry.
Yeah, especially because there was a lot of congestion around that top left-hand corner pocket as we're looking at the table. And the way that Higgins played it, much of that congestion was eased. The table now looking a lot more convenient for scoring.
Rainbow.
Whoever gets the first chance.
This is such a difficult one. He's got to play it with deep drag, dead weight almost. Nope, he's left the red.
One.
Yeah, that was a horrible one for John to face.
One.
One of those middle of nowhere shots. But now he's back somewhere.
6. Seven. Thirteen.
He's competed well in every aspect of the game. He gives the impression to me that after the season he's had, quite rightly, he feels as though he's capable of anything and beating anyone. Don't know about you, Alan, but there's a certain poise about Xiao around the table.
Yeah, no question. He's been the better player, to be honest, from start to finish by quite some distance.
Caught that red a little thicker than he wanted to. That's why the cue ball didn't quite make the right side of the blue.
$26.
begs the question why he hasn't played at the Crucible for 7 years. And has only ever won one match there.
$27.
He might be one of those, he's certainly in contention for this championship. Certainly one of those that, potentially could go all the way. We'll know in the next 6 or 7 weeks. He's a very accomplished all-round player in every department.
$32. $33.
Okay, on to the tour after winning the Asian Under-21 Championship in 2007. From that point, there were the victories, the achievements, but nothing of this magnitude. This season has been a massive leap.
38. $39.
Xiao actually competed in the first ever all-Chinese world ranking given final, the 2013 Shanghai Masters, losing out to Ding Junhui. He was capable of excellence, but it was sporadic. This season it's been consistent. But there's still some work to do
45.
To get this frame won.
Yeah, this one is the key shot. Pot red get anywhere decent on a colour, and he's going to be 3-1 in front. He's put so much hard work and graft into this opening, these opening 4 frames. I can understand why he's just preparing himself for these next, what he hopes are 2 or 3 shots. This is a big one. Yeah, nicely done.
46.
And it's also smart. Just get the cue ball out into the open. Wrong side of the blue, absolutely fine. Yeah, not just a good player, a very smart one.
Yes, all 3 ball colours off their spots, so being on the incorrect side of the blue, not quite as much a penalty as it normally is.
$51. Thank you. 52.
And these are the kind of frame balls you mail in for. This, though, is John Higgins. Consequently, Xiao keen to knock in one more red to be absolutely sure.
Thank you. 60.
Very impressive indeed from Xiao Guodong all afternoon. They say intervals change matches. Something drastic has got to change in this one for John to, well, ultimately prevail. Because Xiao Guodong has been fabulous so far.
Xiao Guodong, 60. And the frame.
John Higgins going to the interval. From Guodong, we've seen the Xiao factor. Breaks of 111, 55, and there, a run of 60. He's halfway to the semi-finals of the Players' Championship.
Well, take a look at these match stats. 96% pot success. And a series of impressive breaks means Xiao Guodong is 3-1 up on John Higgins in our last quarter-final here at the Players' Championship. Xiao has had the majority of table time. He's 3 away from a Saturday night semi-final against Judd Trump. Stephen Hendry and Ken Doherty looking on with interest at this one. Ken, Xiao has really imposed himself on this match. He's well worthy of that 3-1 lead, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Completely dominating these early exchanges. A little bit subdued, I think, from John Higgins. One good break, of course, 97. But other than that, his overall game has been lacking in a lot of departments. But he's been totally outplayed by his opponent, who's scored him well. He's playing good safety, knocking in some good long balls. And, yeah, he's well worthy of his 3-1 sort of lead at the moment.
Yeah, Stephen, we're going to have a look at the first couple of frames because he started with a bang, didn't he, with that great century break in the opening frame?
He did. We're going to see the first shot attempt by John Higgins, and it's always nice to pot your first long pot attempt in a match, and John really doesn't even get anywhere near potting that red in the left corner. OK, he flukes the red in the green pocket, but that doesn't really make him feel any better because he's not in a colour. But it just doesn't make you feel good when you play a shot that badly. Consequently, on the other hand, Xiao Guodong pots his long pot nice and cleanly, and he just, throughout the whole session, Xiao Guodong just looked more serene, he looked more composed. John just doesn't really look comfortable out there, and you know, he found his range quickly with positional shots there, played for the red that was obviously stopping the pink going into both corner pockets. Nice shot here of 3 cushions for the red to left middle. And he just settled very quickly, and he looked very calm and composed and confident. This is the second frame, another attempt a mile away from John. OK, they're not easy shots, but, you know, coming off the back of that World Open, he just doesn't look to be playing with a lot of confidence, which is strange for John. But another great shot from Xiao Guodong. I look at the body language of both players. And Xiao Guodong looks very confident. John Higgins doesn't, which is a bit strange for me.
Although he did come close to a century break in the third frame. That has given him a toehold, if you like, in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the only sort of positive thing from that session for John Higgins. You know, the cue ball may have sort of rolled off there, you know, for Xiao Guodong. You know, anything could happen there. But it let John in. It was sort of the only time he sort of got really in amongst the reds. And, yeah, I mean, he played some good shots. And made a nice break to get some sort of a foothold. But as Stephen said, you know, he doesn't look as usual confident, sort of best or self-assured.
It's still 30 seconds a shot, isn't it?
Yeah,
which is slow for John Higgins.
Exactly. It was the same in his first match, you know, and this one, OK, couldn't really do much with the red, trying to get the cue ball out. Unfortunately for John, the red went over the green pocket, which means he's in a sort of a precarious position here. He has to try and slow drag this cue ball to the length of the table. Once again, could have drifted against the nap of the cloth. He's leaving the red. But, I mean, you have to say, every time Xiao comes to the table, he looks confident, looks self-assured. His cue ball has been really good, hasn't it? It's been, you know, real compact. He's got a very sort of compact cue action, but great control of that cue ball, you know?
Yeah, this was a nice shot. Just avoids the brown, lots of check side the cue ball to bring it down the left side of the table. Yeah, he does everything very well, Xiao Guodong. You wouldn't say he's the most flary-looking player, the most exciting player in the world, but he very rarely misses anything that he should get, and that makes him dangerous.
It's more of the same from Xiao Guodong if he wants to get over the line. But if you were in John Higgins' corner up there in the practice room, what would you be saying to him?
Well, I'd say to him, speed up a little bit. You know, be a little bit more self-assured. When you come to the table, you see the shot, make your judgment straight away. Don't be hemming and hawing or looking around, you know, and be a little bit more aggressive. He has to be a lot more imposing on this match. He looks a little bit deflated to me.
Yeah, Xiao Guodong's in a comfort zone at the moment. John's got to think of something to put him out of that comfort zone.
OK, we'll get the match back underway when we come back. And at the moment, it's Xiao Guodong who looks set for a semi-final berth. What can John Higgins bring in the second part of this match? We'll be back shortly. And back here in Telford, Xiao Guodong is 3-1 up on John Higgins in our last quarter-final of the Players' Championship. The players are back out and ready to go. And taking you through to the conclusion of this one, Neal Foulds is alongside David Hendon in the commentary box.
Thanks, Jill. Yeah, it's not like John Higgins has been missing everything. It's just that Xiao Guodong's made all the running.
John
Higgins' pot success is 97%. You would think he would be in front, but as I say, it's been Xiao who's been taking far more on, getting far more, making the breaks. Higgins, that 97, he's highest of the tournament this year. But looking to make a strong start as they resume. Just been a few matches of late, though, where he's not necessarily been at his best, Higgins, and the match with Wakelin would be an example, but has still come through, whereas, of course, the problem last couple of years is he's actually been playing really well and not quite closing matches out, so maybe it's gone the other way.
Oh, dearie me, what is that? He thought he was playing a sort of a complete dead bat shot where he couldn't do any damage, but he's actually pushed a red on, so he's achieved less than nothing with that. I mean, he didn't want to play sort of off the bunch and leave a red, but he's done everything that he didn't want to do in one shot.
One.
He's done the one thing he didn't want to do, which is hand Higgins the immediate opening. A chance to build up some confidence and just get more involved in this match.
Well, it'll be annoyed there, Higgins. He missed the cannon he was hoping for. He wanted to just brush into the red to the right of the bunch of reds. That red on the right, not the extreme right, the one that he just glanced beyond. And that would have landed him on a choice of two. Instead, he's got a little tricky one.
Nine.
But there aren't many reds out in open play, and that's why he played the cannon earlier. So how's he going to keep the break going now? What's he looking at? Does that red pass? It does. I don't think it's a very big pocket, but I think it will just sneak through. If he's right behind it, would help. So he's decided that it will go, and I think we could see that it will definitely pot. That's not to say that he couldn't hit the bunch 16. If he didn't hit it accurately, but behind the pocket, as we're looking at it, is where you get the best view. Well, I think we saw it when he just misjudged the potting angle.
1.
So what he hasn't done there, Higgins, with that chance from the mistake from Xiao Guodong is punish him. It's not going to hurt Xiao, that contribution of a couple of reds and blacks.
No, we've already seen today, and we've seen it all season, particularly at the Champion of Champions, just how assured Xiao now is in this environment. He wasn't for a long time in his career. Matches like this, he would often underperform in one table against a big name. But in Bolton, as we all remember, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Selby on the same day.
5.
Of course, that was not that long after he won his first title, and that's what's made all the difference, winning that Wuhan Open.
Six. $11. $12.
Well, he played it very confidently. Screwed into the bunch and the cue ball then zipped across to the left.
19.
Which means he got the right timing and he's opened the reds up.
$20.
Yeah, what an opportunity he's given himself here.
$24.
He's got the problem with the half a dozen reds, which are not tightly grouped, but clearly they're in each other's way to pot. And of course, he'll need a large percentage of those to win the frame. Okay, he's got 2 reds open, but it's going to only take him part way to getting the frame one.
$25.
So now is he playing from blue
21.
directly into the pink and the reds to the right of it from, well, not this shot clearly. He's thinking a couple of shots ahead. If you could send the cue ball into the right side of the pink and the left side of the red just next to the pink, right in where he's cueing now, that should open the reds up sufficiently. Nothing wrong with that shot at all.
37.
He's being outplayed, Higgins. There's no argument with that. Doesn't mean he's going to necessarily lose, but he is falling potentially further behind here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little short. It wouldn't have got that far yesterday on the old cloth, because this is a new one.
Yes, it was a little touch and go there. I mean, he could have ended up on top of the red, which clearly would have been no use. Now the angle on his next colour, the black, to go into the four reds again. A nudge, I think, that's all he's looking for.
Thank you. 45.
Well, he's happy. He means he's on the left-hand red. You can see a purposeful walk around the table. He was actually checking to see whether the pink would go to the right corner. I'm not sure whether it does. Playing up for the blue anyway, so it's another neat break. It's very precise what he's doing. Very determined, but not slow or getting bogged down or anything. Cueing sweetly. He's always been a good player, but there's some extra steel in his game this season which has made all of the difference to his performances. That's why he's here.
$59.
Yeah, I think the match that turned everything, it was in that Wuhan Open. He played Kyren Wilson, he was 2-0 down. Kyren was playing really well. And Xiao Guodong, he needed 2 snookers on the yellow, looking very much like 3-0 to Kyren. And Wilson hit the black. And Xiao cleared up, he won the match, he won the tournament. He hasn't looked back since. And of course, he could, potentially on Sunday, be playing the world champion in the final here. Now, very much in this company as he brings this red out. Frame should be done, looking for another century. Yeah, he belongs in this company now, doesn't he? And John Higgins, he had the chance early on, but must be concerned now. Tempted to pot that red, it was quite tight, just caught another one.
Yes, and it was a result of Xiao Guodong making quite a glaring error right at the start of the frame, but when as you say, Higgins didn't take the chance. It doesn't seem to matter about that mistake. You don't pay for it. You don't think about it.
73.
Well, he made a century, of course, in the first frame. That was his 49th of the season. 30 more than he made all of last season. Most he'd ever made in a season previously was 34.
78.
It's not just an improvement for Xiao, it's just a complete transformation.
79.
Yes, and it just goes to show with snooker, it's all about your mental capacity and
86.
your strength. So many people can play this game at the top level. The man in the chair is one of the strongest we've ever seen. But so many good players, not many have got the determination, the mental fortitude. But Xiao Guodong is now falling into that category, I think.
Yeah, one table against an all-time legend who's won recently a tournament. John Higgins back in the winner's enclosure. Been outplayed here. Once again, he's been clinical. It's been the story of the afternoon. Xiao Guodong, this pink, for his 50th century of the season.
104.
And the lead is extended, but not just that. He's continued the form from before the interval. 104 the break from Xiao Guodong. He ploughs on into a 4-1 lead. Well, right now it looks like the dreaded red light, which tells you you've been knocked out, is going to be shining on John Higgins' face there. We'll see. It's not over yet, but just the way Xiao's playing. The scoreline is bad enough for Higgins, but it's the way Xiao Guodong is playing here. He's just made his second century of the afternoon. His 50th of the season. There's a couple of latecomers take their seats. Just seems to be in a lovely rhythm. Can Higgins get in and do some damage himself? He had that 197 break, which could have been a century, but other than that, just hasn't been really getting involved. He had the chance at the start of the last frame, it didn't come to much. And then when he is leaving chances, they've been ruthlessly punished. Xiao's debut appearance in the Players' Championship, of course, it's very much an elite field, the top 16 each season. Never quite got that high before this year.
Yes, it's a mistake, but it leaves John not a simple starter, long red. He's been sitting out a century from Xiao Guodong, so it doesn't exactly mean that you come to the table brimming with confidence of your own.
One.
Just a bit shy of pace. Wanted it up a little further. Yes, he can pot this, but the pot and the delicate little cannon to hold for a red means concentration is a bit divided between those two things. Of course, the pot has to be got at the other part. It's not really relevant. To get to those reds, or the red he can possibly pot, he's going to have to get all kinds of gadgetry out, I think. He's over the whole bunch of reds if he plays the red to right corner. It looks a very unpleasant shot to be faced with. They're both peering under the table. What is under there that can help?
Telescopic one. Yeah.
Feel that the spider, will that be enough? Can he get over all the balls here? You know, sometimes the spider with the extension on it would give you more elevation. It looks a horrible shot.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying something else this season, known as the swan neck.
Which makes a very rare appearance. We don't see it used much.
No, I mean, if you are using it, you don't want to be, because it's normally a situation like this.
Thank you.
It's very good.
9.
The pot was one thing, but actually to get the black bouncing off the cushion was even better. Black now, of course, available.
One thing, of course, Higgins does have his experience. He's seen every scenario you can.
16.
Right now he knows he's absolutely got to take this chance, put something together.
7.
Red only just dropped, having said that. Yeah, it's ranking event 148 for Higgins. That's a record. Quarter final, that is.
I think Higgins has realised that his opponent, Xiao Guodong, is not going to dip in standard. So Johns is going to have to go up considerably.
25. $32. $33.
Now, once again, a bit low on the black, but it might end up in his favour. If you can just get the required contact with some reds above the black. That looks fine, because he can cue it, and he's on reds and blacks at this stage. 5 of them. No reason why he should go to a different colour at this point in the break.
$41. $48. $49.
Well, determined to stay on the black. John Higgins, who's made 13 maximum breaks. That's in professional competition, of course. Many more, I'm sure, in practice.
It's okay. Yes, he's a little close to the cushion, but the natural angle is down towards the black again off this red. Might be coming around the back of the black on this if you can't hold, but he can hold.
57.
It's getting interesting, isn't it? It's a very big frame for him to win, full stop, but how far this break can go is also a point of interest. Well, he's got a red to middle at worst, which is not particularly favourable to him, and maybe something up into the green pocket, but that's not nice either. Either way, I think he's playing back on the black if the red does pot. Well, it's the third time in the break he's got this angle on a black to right corner, which is not quite where he wants to be. And now what do you do, John? This is where there's a dilemma. If he wants to stay on the black, he's probably got to play a shot which could, if he missed it, cost him the frame. He's not won it yet. And that's the problem. Whether he can pot it and come up and down for the black is another matter, but it's not a natural. There's your answer.
Yeah, I guess 4-1 down. You can understand it, not trying anything flash. The high break is 139, so he can still beat that. Ultimately, the main thing is he has won the frame.
76.
It does throw up an interesting one, though, doesn't it? Because there's this bonus of the two maximums in, you know, the Triple Crown, and maybe the Saudi event might have been added, I'm not sure, but you know, if this was the World Championships and you'd already made one, would you pursue it for the bonus, which is sizable? I think you would.
I'm sure, yeah, 147,000. Be hard not to.
77.
Yeah, there's a few players. Of course, Sean Murphy's won. He made one at the Masters. I think Jusa and Nop and Senkam as well have already made one in those tournaments. Anyway, Higgins hasn't made one here, but this is what he needed when the chance came to take it out in one visit. Well now, beating the high break's going to be tough.
Yes, it is, but actually if he ends up potting the red up the table to the left middle, he comes back towards the black naturally. It's just a difficult pot.
John Higgins, 83.
As I say, the main thing is he's won the frame. 83 from Higgins. He's disappointed not to have made firstly a maximum, then the high break, but he's still in the match. Xiao Guodong's lead has been reduced to 4-2. We're such a competitor, John Higgins. He didn't seem delighted to break down on 83, but in the scheme of things, he's back in the match. Just showing Xiao Guodong he just needs one chance to win frames. Still trailing though, 4-2. We should say, of course, happy birthday to another member of the class of '92, Mark Williams, 50 today. And, of course, he will be defending champion at the Tour Championship a week on Monday. If he were to win that, he would become the oldest ever ranking event winner, surpassing his compatriot, the great Ray Reardon. The three of them, John, Mark and Ronnie O'Sullivan, as they all approach 50, are all ranked in the world's top 8. Incredible.
Well, it was a safety error, wasn't it, which brought about that break from Higgins by Xiao Guodong. He hit the red too thin in contact and left a, not an easy one in the last. He's kind of been put on the back foot by that break from Higgins, who's still in what is a pretty engrossing match, actually. The determination of Higgins is, buoyant because of that win recently in the World Open. He's up against a very much in-form player in Xiao Guodong. This might be an opportunity here for John to get that cue ball in behind the brown from the natural safety shot which he would likely play from here. Well, by no means an easy starter, with no guarantees of being on a colour either. But you feel, I'm sure, compelled to take it on, this red. I wonder if he has a route across in behind the black. Seems quite congested, but There's no other colour which springs to mind. I don't think he's got the angle to quite get back for the blue from the cushion. It's just off straight. He certainly tried to. It was a little tricky, wasn't it? There was a lot of reds possibly in the way. There haven't been many balls missed. It's been a high-quality match. How significant will that be? Again, the problem is getting onto a colour. I mean, if he could get on the black here, goodness, what a chance it would be.
Okay. One. Six. Seven.
It's quite a good red to potted that one, because there's a red on the left side of the table which is now available to that left corner that wasn't previously. So he just started to unlock the table here. Yeah, that's the red that wasn't on before. So there's a choice of reds to play behind.
Twelve.
So the goal was always to be on the black with it back on its spot, reds surrounding it. What a chance.
And we must remember the trouble he was in against Wu Yize in that decider. Wu Yize fluked a red and snookered him tight behind a colour. Reds everywhere. Bang in trouble. He himself fluked one from that, made the winning break. 21. On another day, it doesn't happen and he's on the way home.
Well, he'll be horrified at that shot. I mean, how's the cue ball ended up right down there? I mean, he's on the black perfectly, and he, whether he got a little excited about the prospect of make it into a frame-winning chance, but the cue ball has, well, it's disappeared, really, from the business end.
Xiao Guodong, 28.
Well, it's a rarity today, really. Xiao Guodong not making the most of an opportunity. Just 28 scored. But of course, we're getting deeper and deeper into the match. The pressure is growing. It's a big prize to put that semi-final with Judd Trump tomorrow night.
Well, the black being tied up, I guess, is in Guodong's favour. 28 points is not a great lead, but John would have preferred the high-value colours in play.
Wow. Xiao Guodong, 4.
Played with left-hand side, it just threw away from the red, and the contact on it was too thin. Thinner than expected, anyway. Well, it's 2 safety shots in a row from John, which have not been quite played as you'd expect from him anyway. This time, cue ball way short of where it was meant to be, tied on the cushion. Guodong surely will have to have a go at one here. So another chance. I think Xiao, the last 2 pots he's taken on, he's been very keen to get that cue ball to safety, which has kind of compromised the pot a little bit. Just he's got this small lead, and I think he doesn't want to take any risks, but it's not enough as it stands. 32. Needs to pot this and get on the colour. Go a long way to get in the frame one if this goes in.
One.
Hard to argue with that. He played it ever so well. He knew he'd hit other reds, but he felt the pot was a banker.
Yeah, and it's worked out nicely. He was always going to be developing reds, but not many colours pop, but the blue and the pink do.
Six. Seven.
Well, neither one thing nor the other, that shot. Can only assume he played on pink to left middle, but he's finished nowhere. He's got a shot at the pink, but it's not anywhere near what he was hoping for, given how easily he was behind the previous red.
Xiao Guodong, 7.
First sign of, I was going to say weakness, not quite fair, but nerves, I think. Apprehension of getting to within a frame. Chances have come this frame and he's in front, but not by anywhere near enough.
Well, just need to get the blue safe now, and that's all basically all the colours out of play. Higgins will be delighted, though, that Xiao didn't make many inroads there. Increase his lead by just a few.
Another chance for Guodong.
One.
Well, it's been noticeable that Xiao Guodong has been a little tentative in this frame, but John's safety has not been good. He's given all these chances away, when usually you wouldn't expect that from John.
6.
Red to middle looks clear-cut regarding position. The other red that he's looking at is not so guaranteed that it'd be on a colour. So I think he'll probably come back to red to middle. Save the other red for later on.
Seven. Twelve.
Well, he's playing brilliantly, isn't he, in general? But you can see from that shot he's feeling the pressure of the situation, which is very much in his favour. But he kind of knows that he's almost obliged to win this frame, the chances that have come his way during it. And playing John, of course, you always have to prepare for
13.
John to clear up on you if the chance comes. He's been doing it all his career. Whether he gets the chance after that shot, I don't know, because that was perfectly judged for blue. The bottom red on the left is on. The frame is at his mercy.
Yeah, and also, if you look at the baulk colours, you know, they're not in nice positions. Higgins is going to need them. So, Xiao Guodong holding all the cards here. Just needs to keep a bit of self-belief for the next few minutes, and very likely he'll be a frame from the semis.
Yeah, I mean, it is true what you say, that you've got the safety
18.
buffer of the balls in really awkward spots. .75 still on, so that will, of course, go down by 8 points when another red is potted. Just needs colour and a further
19.
red.
Wow, it just hung on. It just hung on.
26.
He wasn't sure initially. Just caught the jaw and stayed out. So just needs to make this little plant. It should be 5-2.
27.
It's been a different sort of frame, but he's won it all the same. Xiao Guodong, remember, was the only quarter-finalist who wasn't a world champion. He really has been rubbing shoulders with snooker royalty at this Players' Championship.
44.
And he's more than holding his own.
35.
One more frame, he'll be playing Judd Trump tomorrow night for a place in the final.
Yeah, it's just that he's slightly tensed up, I think,
42.
during this frame. Of course, it won't show anything
42.
like that. He hasn't conceded a point in it, but it has taken him about 4 visits to win it. So an otherwise highly impressive performance. This has been the frame which you feel he just needed to win, and he has won it.
Now we're down 43. And the frame.
Like you say, it took a few visits, but now he's just one away from the semi-finals. What a season Xiao Guodong is having. So it's 5-2 to Xiao Guodong against John Higgins. Xiao, therefore, needs one more frame to complete the semi-final lineup. We know, of course, it's Karen Wilson against Neal Robertson tonight. Tomorrow night, Judd Trump waiting for the winner of this match. Just holds his hand up. The red came back past the blues, obviously covered it.
Yes, and when that happens, the red goes up there and it's not been left on. It actually gives your opponent a bit of a headache because he can't play up back into that area with the red there in the first place. It'd be the perfect break if you could perfect it, but of course, how would you be able to do that?
Foul, the miss. Xiao Guodong for.
Yeah, he's not happy about that, clearly. Not only because he hasn't reached the reds, but in not doing so, he's left this red on, and that is an error. The line was perfect, just the pace of it. He could afford to maybe have hit it a bit harder and pushed the red two out, as long as he didn't leave that one on. So, Guodong with an early in this frame, and he wants to, of course, put this match away as quickly as he can while he's in the supremacy during it, because he knows with Higgins a comeback is on. Got to put him away here and now.
Yes, and of course it would be only his second win over him. It's 3-1 to Higgins on the head-to-head.
7.
Xiao's victory came 7 years ago now at the World Grand Prix. Just a different man, though, this season. It seems to be getting better and better with every tournament.
$14. $15. $20. $21.
Well, if he can just stun into the left-hand red of all of the ones in the bunch, there's a very good chance of him getting the rest of them opened up. Well, he's played it delightfully. He deserves to be on one. If he's not, he's unfortunate. Wow, that is unlucky. He could not have struck it any better. He got the target ball. But again, you still need luck.
Yeah, could very, very easily have been end of match there.
Yeah, Dave, I think he's looking at rolling the red into the left middle, the one that he's be queuing over the top of two other balls. It's extremely difficult if he plays it, but he's thinking that he wouldn't be able to leave much should it not go in, and there's a good chance it won't go in. That's the shot he's contemplating, but he's pretty horrid. He's decided to take it on. Possibly a match winner. Very difficult. Oh, goodness me, what happened?
Pardon?
I think he said it was a foul.
4.
He pushed it or something. Put it this way.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks.
Put it this way, it was so bad, something that must have gone wrong on the shot. Like a push or something. Let's have a look. Yeah. That's why the shot was so far away from what he played.
Well, let's see how big a moment. It's up to Higgins to capitalise. He's running out of time.
One.
Well, the two frames he's won, he's made big breaks in 97 and 83. Both could have been centuries.
Six. $11. Oh.
Yes, he got into the cue ball a little too much. Now he's
19.
not got a shot to pot the red without going into other reds. So he'll be annoyed. A little bit of tension in the arm, perhaps. As Dave's, he's made breaks in the frames he has won. This time he's faced with a shot which does not guarantee position.
$20.
Pretty good. Played it nicely.
$25. $26. $33. $34.
Yeah, It's just able to get the cue ball top side of the blue from a fairly straight angle. Guodong probably still thinking about when he went into the bunch with the match, well, one shot away perhaps from being won if the split had gone perfectly.
39.
Still such a fierce competitor, Higgins, and just because he's just won his first tournament in 4 years, don't think he wouldn't be disappointed if he lost today. You saw a little celebration when he beat Wakelin at the death the other day.
$47. $48.
Yeah, just checked before that last red went in that he'll need. Well, now that red's potted, 2 more reds. I suppose there's a degree of difficulty about getting on the one on the right, but it's away from the cushion far enough that John should be able to do it.
$56. $63.
So, barring snookers, this is to pull one back.
64.
Xiao Guodong called that push shot on himself. He'd left the red anyway. Had the chance early in the frame. Was a little unlucky, wasn't he? Went into the reds. Didn't land nicely on one. Had he done, could well have won. But as it is, John Higgins has stepped in. So there is just enough on for a century. He's threatened a couple of times to make one this afternoon. Well, not to be, but he did what he had to when the chance came, and that was win the frame. 70 from the 4 times world champion. John Higgins still in this. Xiao Guodong still a frame from victory. Well, of course, both players came through in deciders in round 1, and John Higgins would love to be in that position again. It was 5-2, it's now 5-3. He's still in trouble, but once again, he's won a frame, just needing that one chance.
Well, you can see from that, it's been a very high standard of play, both players, 94%. And Higgins, of course, on the wrong end of this scoreline, despite that.
One.
Well, that is magnificent cueing. Now, the pot is one thing. When the pot goes in as cleanly, you kind of expect the cue to do what it's meant to, and that was land perfectly on the black. What a shot.
Eight. Nine. $15. Yeah.
He's got to control this cue ball. I don't know if he will try and hold for the black, which he should be able to do if he does try it, but there is that red, the other side, to the right as we see, which means it's not a simple shot if he plays it that way to hold the black into the same pocket. No, he's done well there because
16.
it sort of came inside the line of the red, so he'd have been very unlucky not to be on the black there. Lovely shot with the rest and the extension on his cue. That cannon, though, was not played. He thought he'd just slip past the red and be on it into the opposite corner. Now he's hit it.
23.
And that's put him in a position where he's not in. And he was absolutely bang on the red, it seemed. Now he's got a bit to do.
24.
Goodness me, what a fluke that is. I was looking at the wrong red. I heard a noise. Red going in the middle.
You can't make it up. You cannot make it up. Look at this. That's the one he's going for. Cannon's the other one. It goes in the middle. Remember, Chris Wakelin missed that red effectively to win their decider. The stars may be starting to align for John Higgins.
$29.
Well, here's that fluke again, incredible, but it looks like he's out of position now.
Yes, but of course, he stayed at the table at least, you know, whereas had he not fluked that red, Guodong might have been in with a chance to get the match one there. So even though it's not going to win in the frame, it could still be a very significant fluke.
John Higgins, 29. One.
Certainly signs that he's looking to be a little bit more positive. That was a very well struck shot, finishing the other side of the blue as well. Doesn't miss much, it's just occasionally the cue ball has not gone quite where he thought it might.
6.
Which brings about a more difficult shot. That's how the break, well, kind of ended the last visit, although he did fluke the red.
Seven.
Yeah, and there's a real intensity about Higgins here. Really believes he can get back into this. Of course, at the World Open, he won a couple of matches from unlikely positions, 4-2 down to Zhou Yulong, won 5-4, and then in the semis, 5-3 and 50-odd down to Zach Shirati, 1-6-5.
$14. Higgins, 14.
This time didn't get lucky, missed the pot. He was heading towards the pocket, but it has stayed on the table.
Yeah, I mean, he was very straight on this. If anything, with a slight angle to come down below the black, so trying to sort of screw up in behind the black, and it wasn't quite there, the angle. There's kind of reasons sometimes why players miss. It's not just a misjudgment. Doing a little bit more with the, the cue ball. And he's overhit that. He only seemed to touch it. The cue ball flew back down. Play for the black to middle. And you look at this, he strokes it. Look at the cue ball, it just roars up the table. What is going on? I mean, that was a blur. I don't suppose John can complain, but I tell you, unbelievable, Dave, isn't it?
There was me saying the stars were aligning for John Higgins.
It was all the speed it went in at. Xiao will think, well, okay, that's my turn now. I've had my fluke. Things are going against me. Maybe it's evened out, and this is where I can get this match won. Because it was a bit of a lunge, actually, wasn't it? They had to keep him with what we're seeing from Guodong, but he really heaved at that one. Goodness me, what is going on? I think they've begun to sort of unravel a little bit, haven't they?
Tales of the unexpected. Last few minutes. He's done nothing off the fluke other than completely lose his way. Snooker on everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing not to be on the colour, but look at what trouble he's in fact. Is there a shot where he can get in behind the brown here and then possibly save the day if he can do that?
Rainbow.
Yeah, it's a big shot if this works. Yeah, well played. He thought he'd play a little slower. Kept him in the frame. Great circuit shot, but he has left a tempting red. And after what has been going on the last few shots, I wonder how confident Guodong will be of knocking this in. It's more a test of his temperament than his technique, this shot. Well, he certainly passed that test, hasn't he? How well was that played? Stroked it in, cue ball not disappearing down into bulk, which is, of course, a good thing. Now the red has gone in. Well, all the reds are covering each other there. I don't quite know how. Does the red go to middle? And if that doesn't go, then I can't believe where he's finished. Well, it does go, but not into a full pocket. I think if he was to play this, he almost ignore where the black is, red to middle. Oh, this looks tighter than the red to middle for me. That's only half a pocket. I can't quite work out how it's come to this. He played what looked to be a good shot. They've just got in each other's way. There's more riding on this shot than any other in the match so far for me.
Xiao Guodong 6.
Well, John Higgins comes to the table 30 in front with a wonderful chance to pull one back. That was, as Neal said, such a big shot.
It was, but as you saw from that replay, you know, he wasn't even that close to the black, so he could have played it a little bit more into the middle of the pocket there than he tried. I think he was frightened of where the black was, but I'm not certain it was completely in the way. You see this again now. It's because he's miles away from hitting the black, and the red was not terribly far from going in, so I think it was just the fear of the black being in play.
7. Yellow ball.
So not much more to do to make it 5-4. If you're just joining us, John Higgins was 5-2 down to someone playing terrifically well. Just little things have started to go wrong for Xiao Guodong. And of course the pressure grows and grows. It's such a big match to reach the semi-finals, take on the world number 1 Judd Trump here tomorrow night. Yeah, so Higgins will need one more red to pull another one back.
$15. $16. $23.
I think Xiao Guodong will feel a little, maybe unlucky. I mean, things have happened, but the two things in the last 2 frames, one in each, potting the black
24.
and not getting the reds open when he played it well, and then he had that awkward shot to middle, which he double hit. And then when that blue he potted, how he didn't finish on a red, again going into the bunch. he'll feel a little aggrieved. Maybe it's not going to be his day. He's still in front, but obviously the swing has gone towards that man, John Higgins.
Yeah, and as I say, you can see the real will to win in John Higgins. I think one of the great secrets to winning in sport is a hatred of losing. And if you've ever seen John after close defeats, you know, he takes it very bad, as Stephen Hendry did, as all the great players have done. And of course he's back to winning ways. Having won a tournament, he would love to keep this run going right throughout the rest of the season. The Tour Championship, the World Championship coming up as well. He's not done yet at the Players' Championship. Misses that, but the frame is his.
John Higgins, 41.
John Higgins continues the comeback, and now there's only one in it. Xiao Guodong's lead has been reduced to just 5-4. The quarter-final very much continues. John Higgins has won the last two frames. It's been full of drama as well, hasn't it? The last 40 minutes or so. Flukes and all sorts happening, bits of bad luck as well. All part of the heady brew here at the Players' Championship. 5-4 then to Xiao Guodong. He still needs one to reach the semis.
Well, the in-off might have happened, as it turns out. Where the red has gone, it wouldn't have been particularly very costly. But, of course, John is still in the position where he can't afford any further mistakes. But no doubt Xiao Guodong has just been slightly unsettled, I think, by a couple of things that have happened. He's missed a couple, overhit a couple of shots. The composure he showed to get within a frame now has got to be found, because he's just lost temporarily, perhaps. Getting over the line against a great player is never an easy thing. Well, as he left the red, because he put his head down as if he had. Are we in that situation like the previous frame here? I mean, he was so lucky there, John, wasn't he? So lucky.
Yeah, and as Xiao Guodong came to the table, I don't think he knew himself whether the red was on or not. Higgins' reaction suggested he might be able to see it. Just disappointed at the shot he'd played. It got rather tense, but that's not surprising, because we're right down to the wire now.
Wow. Xiao Guodong,
all sorts
4.
going on here, but it's not good for John Higgins, whichever way you look at it. I suppose the red over the middle would have been handy to have for Guodong, but the previous shot he played actually in that way very nearly went in off. Sort of slightly dark things are happening though, aren't they? And I wouldn't rule out some more of those. Balls are going in that shouldn't.
Absolutely. So it's not sort of been plain sailing for either player, really. But Xiao does get a chance just to maybe resettle.
1.
Yes, he just wants order restored, and that is just the immaculate way that he's been compiling the breaks to get him into this position.
Six. Seven.
Oh dear, that's another mistake. That is another error. Yes, he's on this, but it's a lot more difficult now because he should never have been on the side cushion. He's got to just get on with it as if nothing's gone wrong. He can repair the situation with playing this well. The shot before was the problem, and that was quite a tame shot compared to all the others he's played.
One.
Well, John Higgins still standing somehow in this tournament, because easily has lost to Wakelin, of course, and several times today. He looked to be heading out.
Eight. Nine.
So just about the last of the open reds here.
16.
There might still be one at the bottom which pots, but he's going to have to get them open. He might have done so earlier in the break when he was on the black, but he chose not to go into them.
Seventeen. $24. $25.
Well, the break will end unless he can do something with these reds now. There's nothing there. No, I don't think there's any sort of a plant there. So into them in some description. So he's using a little bit more pace. The odd shot, John, has looked like missing, but he's just got to hit this one a little bit harder. So maybe he could have taken the invite to go into the bunch a lot earlier than he did, because as it happened, he was getting into the wrong sort of side of the bunch there, the three reds, rather than the main bulk of the pack. So he's not necessarily done a lot of damage. And he's not pleased, as you can see.
John Higgins, 32.
He's played a good shot there, you know. I mean, it's certainly an awkward position Guodong is in, but it's not as awkward as if John had won the frame at that visit. So he's in there still. 14 behind. He's nothing. The balls are in good positions. Got to get this safe. He's definitely lost his composure a bit, though, I think. You know, he was absolutely impeccable earlier. Well, that was the kind of shot which could be his last, you know. I mean, it was a big shot. Sometimes playing that thin cut against the nap of the cloth, he hit them too thick, and he hit it very thick compared to the potting angle. So Guodong has got another good chance, and it really is a good chance, this one.
Yes, this is really about composure, and that, of course, has been tested the last hour or so with everything that's been happening. But, of course, he's a new player, really, this season, the way he's competed against the best. He's looking to reach what would be a 6th semi-final of the campaign in all tournaments.
Yes, he's looking at that red to the corner. It would free the blue up, so this is got to be the right shot to play, isn't it? Opens everything up.
Four.
Just a bit of tension in the arm on some shots now, understandably. This is why he's not quite on the blue, but One good shot could get him back in. Goodness me, this chance that's gone there was a gilt-edged one. Others might come, but it's definitely our old friend Clincher's disease, as Clive Everton used to call it. It's definitely appearing, Dave, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you think, we say intervals can change matches. He was 3-1 up, he made a century for 4-1, so that didn't change anything. But as this match has continued, the tension has definitely come to bear on Xiao Guodong. That was a golden chance, you've got to say.
One.
So yet again, John Higgins has dodged a bullet. Can he now force the decider? How will Xiao Guodong feel if that plays out?
Eight.
Yeah, he kind of is in hot water, isn't he? He just takes a drink and tries to compose himself in the chair.
Right.
What a chance it was to certainly build a lead in the frame, if not win it.
Of course, the other thing is, if you're John Higgins, with all his experience, he has as much experience as anyone probably has ever played. You know, you pick up signs from your opponent. He would have been doing that before that last pretty glaring mistake from his opponent. You know, he knows that 16. The pressure is on. He's reading the signs. Doesn't mean he can do anything about it other than concentrate on his own game, but it must give him a boost.
Yeah, I mean, he saw it, didn't he, close at hand. Sorry to bring this up for Zach Surety, but that semi-final at the World Open, when he was 5-3 up, he started to struggle. I mean, it was a massive thing, obviously, to get to his first final. Higgins was certainly ready that day to capitalise.
$23.
But another twist, just as the stage was set for Higgins to close the frame out, he misses that one. That was unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed right down on it. He kind of knew that something was not as it should be. It's not an easy first red here for Guodong. That's the big problem, I suppose. The other one is just that he's not playing like he was.
Green also he would need, but a lot can happen before we get down to that ball.
Yes, and of course he might have been just bracing himself for 5-all, not expecting this chance to ever come. That didn't hit the jaw. The red to middle was a fairly acute pot, but I think I'd rather see him roll one in at the moment than play one with a degree of pace, because all that precision has disappeared from his game.
1.
That's a good pot considering the red he missed last time he was at the table. So 34 in front, he would need another red.
Well, I think he decelerated through that. I mean, all the spin that was meant to be on there to take him to the right of that red off the cushion, the spin all disappeared. And again, he's not there yet. He'll obviously play this red up into the yellow pocket, which would be frame ball. But he's kind of making heavy weather of getting this frame one.
Barring snookers, this red is to take us to a decider. Wow, couldn't have got any closer, could it?
John Higgins, 6.
These chances for Guodong keep coming, albeit, you know, this is now an awkward one, although John might have thought this would just fall in off the jaw. It got so close it didn't come away from the pocket. So high value colours are at a premium here.
1.
Because the yellow not any good to him whatsoever.
Yeah, and he's going to have to pot this, otherwise he'll need a snooker. A lot of pressure on, and when you consider everything that's happened to him these last few frames.
Yes, I mean, if he leaves himself fairly straight on this red to right corner, it's difficult, but of course he'll have to take pink or black with it, so that's there. You know, it's a question of this blue and the red, and things are starting to fall back into place.
Big shot. Chance he might not have got, he wouldn't have got, had that red that Higgins attempted dropped into the yellow pocket.
Yeah, playing it this way.
6.
I mean, the red's now quite an awkward shot. Needs pink or black with his red. He has to take those two, either of those.
Xiao Guodong, 6.
A lot of chances have come his way. Quite a few unexpectedly in this frame, and this was another one that was not threatening. I think if he could have played straighter on that red, I'd have fancied him more to pot it. The frame surely has gone this time.
How many lives does John Higgins have? So once again, frame ball for 5 each. He must wonder how he's still in this tournament, but he's very much still in it, and he has to be the favourite for the decider. Of course, they both came through in 6-5 finishes in dramatic circumstances, both in round 1. And once again, we're going to the wire.
6.
And although Xiao Guodong, he's having a terrific season, by far his best ever, it's the sort of defeat, if he were to lose, that would really set him back, I think. Because he's had so many chances. John Higgins has needed a few himself, let's be honest. But He has taken enough in this frame. So after 3 hours, 20 minutes play, we need one more frame to decide it. John Higgins and Xiao Guodong level at 5 each. So which of these two is going through? We still don't know. Xiao Guodong and John Higgins on the arena signage there. Of course, the winner to play Judd Trump tomorrow night in the semi-finals. Tonight, Neal Robertson and Karen Wilson. But what a dramatic afternoon. Xiao Guodong was playing so well to 5-2. He has had chances. He's got very tense. There's been flukes. There's been unexpected misses. All part of the drama that we love about snooker. John Higgins has gone through a few agonies himself, but he's very much, of course, back in it with just one left to play, as the crowd await the re-emergence of the players.
Yeah, I think the problem for Xiao Guodong here is that it's not as if John Higgins just made break after break to get to 5-all. You'd feel better about things, wouldn't you? Great reception for them both. Been a terrific match. It's just been a very dramatic afternoon, as Dave said. Goodness me, there's more to come.
John Higgins to break.
Well, they've both survived a deciding frame finish. Who is going to prevail here? Higgins has the momentum, but it's also now, of course, he's not playing catch-up. This is his first chance to actually win, and that brings a different pressure.
You turn that flash off.
This is a big test. I know for both players, but John Higgins has kind of proved it over the years that the pressure of this kind of situation will not faze him. Xiao Guodong's had a fantastic season, but this is a real test of where he is. He lost his game. That's basically what's happened. He's got to find it quickly. Needs a cue ball to slow down. Now, with no angle on the brown, he's in behind the brown. That's all he's playing here.
John Higgins won.
What a warrior he is, though. John Higgins, it's a fact, has won more matches in professional snooker than anyone in the history of the game, and still desperate to win this one. Of course, this was the situation he was in against Wu Yize at the start of the decider, and on that occasion he played a bit of a hit and hope and fluke one and made a winning break. Not suggesting he'll do the same here, but this was the position he was in, behind a colour. The difference was the reds were everywhere. You know, there wasn't sort of massive safety options.
No, he tried to get the cue ball back, but like you say, the fluke went in. Here he's can try something less extravagant, I think.
Foul and a miss. John Higgins, 4.
Well, that won't be going back because it's a chance, and it's been a game of real contrast, I think, for Guodong. Goodness me, how well did he play, and how quickly has that all deserted him?
One.
Most deciders won in the history of the game. Third on that list is Mark Williams. Second, Mark Selby. First, the man at the table, John Higgins.
Eight. Nine.
Yes, of course, we assume that it's going to be Xiao Guodong who's going to be feeling the nerves, and despite that great record in deciders that Dave mentioned, you know, John's got to prove it as well here. He didn't quite put the last frame away in the spirit that you'd expect from him. You know, it took him quite a while to, if you like, fall over the line, really. But here he is in the decider, in first.
Yeah, and it may well be the first time in the whole afternoon where he feels actually he should win the match. Before then, lots of times he may have thought he was out and his opponent was playing so well, but things have turned around dramatically. So there is a pressure in that as well. Having come so far back into it and feeling that he's now playing the better snooker, he would still be massively disappointed if he didn't win.
Just a little concerned about the controlling of the cue ball here. He's not straight enough to just play it and hold for a red very easily. He's taken over a minute on it. It doesn't seem, you know, that he's in a real predicament. It's just a question of getting out onto his next red. Well, that's what he was worried about, and he'll be extremely disappointed there.
14.
But he seems that he's on a ball still somehow. I tell you what, if he misses this, he will not be pleased. Top red of the two, did not play the cannon the red. Yeah, saved the day there. He felt the tension was building because of the previous shot. Still not happy.
22.
This is not as planned. It's an awkward red to middle now. The one he's closest to, it's just not a very nice shot to be playing, and it's extremely missable.
John Higgins, 22.
Just found trouble, and in the end has broken down.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the time it wasn't a very nice shot to be playing, but how he ended up there, you know, he came it to the table with a good chance. He already had run out of position once. If anything would give Xiao Guodong a bit of confidence or inspiration, is that John has not taken the chances himself. Might just give him the boost he needs. He's still in the match.
Yes, and no longer sort of looking over his shoulder. That's the thing about these turnarounds. Very often players level up and then don't win the decider because the dynamic does change. They can now obviously win the match, whereas before they're playing catch-up.
It was nicely played. John's previous safety shot was not one of his better ones. I guess he wanted to remain positive and take shots on. It was very thin, but he hit it even thinner than the potting angle. And John seemed happy enough to leave the balls there. At first, I didn't expect Guodong to take that red on, but it could be extremely costly. I'm afraid the wheel has fallen off.
One.
Good shot under the circumstances and with the tension in the room. He's played that well for the red. Pink available to the right corner. Wants to keep Guodong sitting in that chair now for as long as possible.
Seven.
Another chance, and if he does win, it'll be quite a rarity actually. It'll be the top 4 seeds in the tournament in the semi-finals. That does not happen very often. Of course, Judd Trump, number 1. Wilson 2, Robertson 3. Higgins is the 4th seed in this event, all off the one-year list.
He's worried there, wasn't he, about not having centre ball striking on the cue ball, but he has. He's on the red okay. The other red's not going to hamper him.
$14.
It's all a bit of a struggle, isn't it, for John? I mean, I understand why. Goodness, no one's saying a decider in a big tournament like this is easy, but we're so used to players like John just thinking, right, this is my moment, and he is actually struggling to deliver the killer blow here. And he's had chances in the last 2 frames, quite a few. He's very much the favourite now, but he still is not there.
No, he's just making things difficult for himself, leaving himself these sort of shots, not getting all of them.
$20.
Well, the comeback from 5-2 wasn't straightforward, so I suppose the decider was likely to be a similar story, but he is still going, building a nice lead.
$25. $26.
Well, the can't be in there was handy. The 2 reds in the middle of the table are going to take him over the line, and Xiao Guodong, such a difficult afternoon for him. He played brilliantly early, meticulous, not flawless, but extremely good, in line with how he's been playing all season. But actually, as tough as John has been, there's an argument that Xiao Guodong has thrown this away as much as John clinching the victory if it comes.
$32.
Well, the blue puts him 64 in front. So another red and a colour needed as well. Well, in fact, the red would get to snooker's required. He wants to make sure. What an effort. It's not been plain sailing. He's really had to fight hard here, Higgins, but the intensity has never dipped at any point.
Okay.
So barring snookers, It's John Higgins against Judd Trump on Saturday night. And this is tough to take for Xiao Guodong, who played superbly to lead 5-2.
Yeah, I think we said at the time with Guodong, you know, he had to get the match won when he did. He got in and made 32 in the frame at 5-2 up. He played, I thought, a good shot into the bunch. But for some reason, he didn't finish on one. He tried a difficult shot, which he double hit. And that was just the beginning of it. A lot of other things have happened since then. And it's been this will be a tough one for him to take, actually.
Well, the sun is shining on John Higgins, isn't it, in this tournament? Chris Wakelin missed that red effectively to win their decider. So many points this afternoon. It looked like Xiao Guodong would win this match, but it's John Higgins, the old warrior, a couple of months away from his 50th birthday, still showing the young guns how to do it. What a competitor he is. The Wizard of Wishaw once again has found a bit of magic here in Telford, and his dramatic campaign at the Players' Championship continues into the semi-finals. He'll play Judd Trump, the world #1, on Saturday night. He's beaten Xiao Guodong in a thriller by 6 frames to 5.
Well, there we are. The top 4 seeds in the draw are all into the semi-finals. How about that? Ken and Alan, we're almost a bit dumbfounded there. Where did that come from? He was 5-2 down, looking like he was heading back up the road, and here he is into a semi-final.
Well, that's just years of experience, I think. You know, he's been, of all the players that you've seen over the years, he's one of the best for coming back in that situation. He never gives up. He's got bags of experience. He's got a wonderful temperament. And of all the players, when you're ahead, you know, he's one of those players that you don't want coming back at you, do you, Alan? You know,
it was an example, I think, Jill, of never losing the faith. In stages of the match, he'd perhaps lost his game and maybe a little bit of confidence. We'll speak to him obviously very soon, and we'll find out. But you've got to always hang in there, as he's done in recent times, and he got the job done. I actually think this was the best shot of the decider. Yeah. That red to centre, John he just stepped in. So John, talk us through some of it.
Yeah, you're right, Alan. That's so difficult because I missed a red in the previous frame. As you know, they're so tight in the middle bag. So to pot that was probably the winning shot, maybe.
Listen, that was a tremendous performance. The resilience you showed in the match against Chris Wakelin to come back and to win it and to get over the line here. You were 5-2 down. You know, where did that come from?
Just scrapping away, Jill. Just scrapping away. Xiao would be devastated he's lost that match because he was looking superb. He was looking really, really good. But he was unlucky, I think, at 5-2. I think he split into them beautiful and he didn't go on. Yeah, he got a bit awkward. And it goes to show you that I've said it a couple of times this week that when you're on a little bit of a good run, some things go for you. So when he never got on one, I'm thinking, well, still, there's a long way to go, but I'm thinking I could be out 6-2 here. Yeah. So then, just as you're winning frame by frame, then the pressure was maybe getting to Xiao a little bit, which it was the two of us. But to come through, delighted.
And 8.5 hours of snooker it's taken you to get into the semi-final, which is great to see in the semi-final against Judd, but it also means you'll be seeded for the Tour Championship as well.
Yeah, no, I knew that. I knew if Xiao would have beat me, he then would have had a chance to beat Judd and then go above me. So no, that's just a bonus, but that's just a byproduct to you winning matches.
You're just trying to give value for money, you know, all these 6 points. Get some more table time, is it?
No, I'll need to improve because I've been scrapping away. I feel my game's there, but I'm just running out of position. I'm just not getting perfect, and I'll need to improve to
we were upstairs yesterday chatting about one or two technical things. Did at any stage today, did you lose a little bit of faith? It didn't look like you did.
No, not really. No, not really.
Which is the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, not really. I missed a couple of long ones, but there was one that I really hit well.
Yeah, into the two pocket. There was two of them, wasn't there?
So that was good. So as long as you can keep having a good, happy thoughts, so that was good.
Well, great happy thoughts, because you're into Saturday night's semi-final against Judd Trump, and you'll take a lot of confidence from this, John. And listen, we're looking forward to seeing you Saturday night. Well done today. Showed some gumption to get through today. Thanks very much indeed, and thanks to the fellas as well. Just a quick reminder that we are back this evening at 6:45. So in about an hour and 15 minutes' time, we'll be right back here on ITV4. What a semi-final to look forward to. We've got the world champion Kyron Wilson against another world champion Neal Robertson here on ITV4. As I said, we've got the top 4 seeds into the last 4 here at the Players' Championship. It is quality stuff in Telford. Great stuff. Looking forward to it tonight, fellas.
Absolutely.
Can't wait. Bring it on.
Bring it on. Good stuff. Right, well, John, I'll let you get away. And the fellas will go and put the kettle on quickly and be back here at 6:45. Thanks very much.